Yo, 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 yo. Peace and blessing, family. It's your man, Marifa. Black yet again in Kemet. You dig? Ancient Kemet. We here for the second time. It's the second pilgrimage back to Kemet, man. As you see right here, we are Seneferu's pyramid, the red pyramid of Seneferu. This pyramid right here was the first asymmetrical structure that was built into the triangle shape that you see, the smooth triangle shape that you see. This was the very first that they finally successfully created. You know, the other was the bent pyramid. It's on the other side. Walking over here right now to go and take a look. But, you know, this is ancient Kemet, man. All African engineering and ingenuity. All African, ancient African, okay? Black people that look just like you and me, all right? So don't let them tell you that we never did anything great. Don't let them tell you we never constructed anything. As you see on my shirt right here, you see Khufu, Khafra, Menkaure. You know what I'm saying? The 3 pyramids in the Giza Plateau. All right, so I'm gonna show you on this side what it looked like. We're just walking out here. Hold on a second. Right here, we are in the Shah. Here we go. Can you see off in the distance here? There it is, right there. That's the step pyramid, or the bent pyramid, I'm sorry. We just left the step pyramid. All right, this is the bent pyramid. What they were trying to do, this is the prototype. They were trying to make the first triangular, perfectly triangular shaped pyramid, and they failed. But Seneferu had his architects finally get it right. The engineers, they finally got it correct, and then they came up with the red pyramid right here that you see right here, this structure right here. As you see the people going up into the pyramid, they're going down into the chamber. It's 300 feet down. So they gotta go up 300 feet in a crawl space. That's the size, no, I'm sorry, yeah, it's the size of a football field. One football field. So they're going down into it. I'm not gonna do it because my knees and my back. I ain't doing that. Hey, that's what we're here right now. This your man, Marifa. You know what I'm saying? Black yet again. We're gonna give you some more footage, man, of our journey and our pilgrimage to Kemet. You know, as we continue on the spiritual journey, man, and we're going on to do our thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna holler at y'all later. Love, peace. But we back on the camels again. You know what I'm saying? At Kemet. Gotta check it out. Look at the pyramids in the background. Yeah.
Oh my God. That is nice.
We got a whole herd of camels right here. They like to walk together.
That's why he squeezed every
Yeah. Me and my camel is tripping. This is my camel. Ah, boo.
don't know how to act. Get it?
Yours don't know how to act. He acting up. It's our boo right here. We're out in the middle of Kemet, riding these camels. That means stop.
Oh, wait a minute, my leg.
I don't want to kick him in his balls. Don't let him get too close. Look, you want to do it again. Look at that. Steady itching. Steady itching. The whole time. Look at him. Look at him. Steady itching the whole time. Look at that. He itching the whole time. All right, in Kemet, Cairo with the camels. Look, watch this. Hi. Heidi. I don't want to say the wrong thing. He mess around, get me off this thing. Did you get it, man? Did you get it? Okay, he got it. Had to clean his balls off. He good now. He good now. Look at this beautiful apple. Look at this. There's Khufu, Khafra, Menkaure, pyramids, Cairo and Giza. They up on the hills. Brothers and sisters ain't dealing. They ain't going for it no more. They like, nah. You see the birds out here in the desert. The Arabs out here, Arab guys, taking them on the camel ride. It's me and my camel right here. He wanted to scratch his balls again. Look at him. See? Got me leaning. Got me leaning up in there, man. You tripping, dog. Look at him. Going to town. Look at him. I'm gonna lean to the right, so he off to the left. He steady going at it, man. Look at him. Got a lot of fleas, huh? You need to take a bath. He ain't took no bath in a minute. All right, brother, we ready? Oh yeah, that's good. Yes, man, we ready. All right, here we go. Everybody about to go back. All right, we're going back. Hey, don't do it, boy. Don't do it. See?
Hello.
He thought he gonna catch me off slip. He thought he was gonna catch me slipping.
Looking to the east. So we think about how many thousands of years went by, and all the thousands of armies and nations that rose and fell, and Ra-Harum Akhet, and look in his eyes, looking to the east. You look at the profile and the phenotype, and looking at him, clearly you can see this African colossal right here, Ra-Harum Akhet. In fact, here Baron Vivian Inan, who was with Napoleon, when he came here, and Napoleon got his soldiers to blow off the nose of Ra-Harum Akhet because of his own psychopathic racism and African phobia that he had. And also during World War II, soldiers would come here and shoot in his face, and you see all the pump shots in his face. He also had what is known as a postiche, or divine. In the British Museum, that beard is presently in the British Museum. Down there by his paws, that's known as the Dreamstone that was put there by Menkaure Dawidi Mays IV. Now keep in mind that that was during the 18th dynastic period, and Ra-Harum Akhet was already on to him.
Brown sugar.
How much is it?
$1 American before I change my mind.
$1.
$1.
$1.
$1. If you go to the market very expensive, you get more cheaper. $1. $1 before I kill myself. $1. $1.
All right, so we about to get down into Teddy's tomb. Going down into Teddy's tomb right now. Going into the chamber. You know what I'm saying? My Reefer building. In Kemet, Saqqara. Going down into Teddy's tomb. Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
You focus on doing what you. I've been down here already. I know what to do.
All right. Oh, Jesus.
Watch your head. It's a little climb. Just a little climb. See that tunnel down there?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Take your time. Yeah, we just getting started. Now imagine if you went down into Seneferus, 300 feet. You wouldn't be able to do that. You gotta get down in there. You do this 300 feet. Yeah. It seems like they put some air in there. All right, we made it. All right. Let's step to the back.
Question. Or was it built like this
Well, this was built like this. It was not built for ventilation, this is a tomb. It was not meant to even come here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're actually in the burial ground.
Yeah, but it's cool. That's why I said well preserved. It's really cool. That's why it's well
What's happening with the Starbucks?
They coming out.
Slow.
Yeah. Most of them coming out of maybe the master bar next door.
Huh?
Most of them coming out the master bar next door.
Oh, okay.
And I have a question. When it was built, was the lights inside here?
Keep in mind, we have to keep in mind, this is over 4,000 years old. They didn't have this-
Okay.
the kind of technology. Right. Everybody's down? Okay, so again, I keep a good try to keep a good relationship with the guys here, so, you know, in terms of picture taking on live up there, you can use your phone, but, just give him 10 pounds when you come out. Okay, with using your phones. So we keep a good relationship with the people. 10 pounds when they're there. Couple cents. All right. Now I don't know why in the lower Egypt is more, things with the picture taken, but in upper Egypt we don't have this kind of problem. You're going by the Valley of Kings, and just that magnificent with all the paint, pricey. It is what it is. So again, we are in Teddy's tomb, or Teddy. Tomb is referred to as Tomb of Eternity. And this was not built for us to be here, first of all, because this is a burial ground. And even though we were in the Giza Plateau yesterday, you saw the magnificent and you were in awe of the grand mers of Khufu, is that right? And seeing all the mass of that structure there. And even though had you gone up inside of Khufu's pyramid and at 158 feet straight up, and then you would have had to crawl just like you did here inside of this little tomb and coming to the square and coming into the chamber of the Nessie tomb because he's becoming one with the Tsar. Remember the presentation last night? Coming to that little square. But there's nothing inside of Khufu's pyramid. There's no writing. And even though that is the old kingdom, but now why is it that we see that these mers are dilapidated? They're not building, this was a true equilateral plane pyramid at one time. But they're not building on the same level because of intermediate periods. Intermediate periods meaning there were political instability and invasions were coming in. You cannot build when you have to fight. That's the problem in America today, okay, with the social systems. Busy fighting everybody and giving resources to everybody to fight, so eventually it's going to cause a decline in the country. But again, back to what we're saying here, over 4,000 years ago, they're doing something different. We talked about in the Giza Plateau, the pyramids of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure corresponded to what? You know, Orion spell, called Amenhotep, Amenhotep. Okay, but here, it's not in the architecture, it's in the writing. Here's the first time that we see the idea of salvation and resurrection into the afterlife. The Western religions did not exist yet. Without this, they would not, the concepts that we have would not exist. And the earliest known writing of the KemetNu, the Hebrew religion, or Hebrew writing didn't exist yet. Aramaic didn't exist yet. As the KemetNu means the sacred writing of God. And here we see in these shanus, Teddy, see? Teti. Representing T, this is like an I sound. So it's Teti. And we see that all over. Telling him about his spiritual resurrection. There are some symbols that you may be familiar with, all right? Even though this symbol had nothing to do with the Western version of Christianity. What symbol is that right there with the bright light on it? Does Christianity exist yet? No. That symbol represents the Amsu. The Amsu represents the spiritual resurrection. It had nothing to do with his physical body, but his spiritual body to rise up. When we get into the Valley of the Kings, I'm going to show you how they use the cots of the mummies. You can't talk, okay? It echoes. Okay, it's showing a spiritual resurrection. When we talk about Hotep, you say Hotep. Now you can see the glyph for Hotep right here. See the glyph? Hotep. And then now we see a glyph right here. And what are you looking at right there? 2 arms up. That is called the Ka, the spirit. All right, the spirit of Teddy. Some of us are very well familiar with it because when you're in church, when you get what is known as the African Holy Ghost, and you start running around with your arms up in the air, okay, maybe you're activating your ancestral genetic memory bank. So the Ka is showing the spirit to rise up. But what Teddy did here is something very interesting that, and we'll see it clear, but I'll let you see some of it here. Now, keep in mind that, is my finger down inside of this middle miniature? They carved in there, is that right? Yeah. Okay, but look at this right here. Now let's look closely and you'll see it kind of raise up. You can't see it here, you can definitely see it on the other side. Doesn't it have a 3-dimensional effect to it? Yeah. Right. You see, that'd be just like if you were reading the Bible and the words started to have a 3-dimensional effect on it. That's very powerful. Now on the other side, we see his sarcophagus. All right, a solid granite sarcophagus. You come to the other side. So keep in mind that what we have been taught to believe in the Western version of salvation and resurrection and Christianity that we see here, without this, it would not exist. But it had nothing to do, as you look at his sarcophagus, it was not meant for his physical body to rise up. But what was it meant to rise up for Teddy?
His spirit.
It was meant for his Ka, his spirit to rise up. That's called the Sahu, or the spiritual body. Now, what they understood by observing about nature to Mother Nature, think about, everybody's familiar with the caterpillar? And that caterpillar, what? No. It goes to cocoon. And what's that cocoon process, what's that called?
Metamorphosis.
No, before it goes to that stage.
Chrysalis?
Chrysalis. What did you hear in that word?
Christ.
Chrysalis, Christ. You see, this is nature showing the chrysalis and the metamorphosis. That which once crawled on the ground now goes through a chrysalis and a metamorphosis and now flies. This is how they saw the physical body. They saw that this is the physical body that's on earth, but the Ka, the spirit, will go through a metamorphosis and leave the body. Okay? This is they call the Coptics even call it the caress. Okay? So we can see how the origin of the chrysalis and even how the origin of Christ even came about. And then we see the spirit goes on into eternal life. That foundation went back over 4,000 years ago. And the evidence is here with this tomb right here with Teddy, that we see his name right here. And all these Chenus. Some of you bought the Chenus, that means the royal name, not the Cartouche, because that's a French word. But that's Teddy. Okay? You see the Theta symbol for eternity, becoming one with Ra, or the sun. And we see again all over, Teddy. But as I said before, I can put my hand inside of the middle ledger. And it means the sacred language of God, by the way. The world's first language. Now, I'm going to put up here, and let me know when you start to see a 3-dimensional effect that takes place. Don't look all over, just kind of keep your eyes in one area. Raise your hand when you see it. Now, it's much better if we don't block the light, and I take the flashlight off of it. We don't block this light here. This light is being blocked.
No.
Yeah, right here. Let me know when you raise your hand when you start to see the 3-dimensional, when it starts to raise. It's like a little bubble. See it? That'd be just like if you start to look down here. You can especially see it down here. Look at that. That'd be just like if you start to read the Bible and the words and the 3-dimensional effects start to raise up off the page. So that's what makes this great myrrh, Teta, Tomb of Eternity, so powerful, because they're now writing about salvation and resurrection, and later on, thousands of years later, becomes the foundation of the Western religions, salvation and resurrection. And they use what? Matneche. What's Mother Nature?
Mother Nature.
And what do they observe in Mother Nature? I just mentioned it. Like the Christians, they observe. So the point that I want to also mention, when we look like in the imagery of Europeans, peace be upon them, as Dr. Clark said, they colonized the afterlife. So people have been brainwashed. When they look at the European images of the afterlife, we think that's what it really looks like. When in fact, they pretty much took control of that and injected themselves to represent the afterlife. And then in effect, this is what creates what is known as spiritual enslavement, which is even worse than physical enslavement. Because when you can't see your own divinity in your own spiritual representation in your own image, and you see it in somebody else's image, then that creates spiritual enslavement. You can't feel that spiritual salvation and resurrection. You see it through outside yourself. But when you see the representation representing yourself, then you start to have respect for not only yourself, but even for your people.
Yes.
Because you see the representation of that divinity reflecting from your own people. But you've been taught to have a negativity towards your own people and not having that spiritual representation to your own people. Can you imagine if all you've ever known was images and representation of a black heaven?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They got the shrine of the Black Madonna. That's what they were trying to tell us. We was trying to tell us back then. And we're going to get deeper into that in Upper Egypt. But look up above, you see the stars. Going into the afterlife. It's the earliest concept. So he's going into the cosmos, and he has the same concept as you saw it with when we were in the Giza Plateau. But in the architecture where the chambers went to the constellation of Orion, that represented who? No, the chamber went to the star system. Orion represented who? Asar. And one chamber went to Aset. So they kept that in the cosmos. And we're going to get deeper into that in the Upper Egypt. So we'll give you a chance to take your pictures and we'll let the other group come down. Okay. Give the guy the 10 pounds so we can keep it.
Gotta be able to make it, man. Gotta be able to make it.
Oh, you got it? Take your time, take your time.
Oh, yeah.
That's okay.
Very, very low. Bend your back. Bend your back. Now imagine that 300 feet. You can't stand up. All right. Level 1.
Take your time, take your time.
That'd be $10. Each one of y'all is passed.
Going from darkness into the light. Almost. We almost there. Almost. Yeah. We made it. We made it. We made it. Who's ready? Haru is ready. We made it. We made it. Yeah. Here you can tell it's not off of there. You look at that afro right there. Now the archaeologists have been coming and chipping away at the paint to make it lighter for European. You can see they taking the paint out of here the archaeologists, they come in and they allow them to come in and take the paint off it, so that way that you won't know that it was originally African. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. Welcome.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Let me see this for a second. Yes.
Yeah. Now see, that's probably where they had the chamber down there. The very
No drop.
No drop. You see me do this?
right. All right, pyramid, the step pyramid of Doja. Imhotep, you know, designed to build this pyramid structure we're going into. Way, right in the entryway. Then Saqqara. Kemet.
Is there a line to go? Yeah, it is.
Right off there.
It's a tiny corridor. Oh, okay.
Going into the causeway.
Oh, that feel good.
All right. We're black.
Sure.
Enter into the ancient causeway. Black in the field.
The hotel is from here?
Probably about 20, 25 minutes.
Okay.
I seen one. I was trying to look, but I ain't got my glasses on, so I really can't tell. But it's down there, they down there, I'm sure. Coming into the temple of Luxor. What's the matter? You got your phone? Oh man, that's beautiful.
Walkway to the other temple you're going tomorrow. So this is a replica where the sorry head priests on the Open Festival would carry this ark from the temple of Amun, from the Akhanu and Holies of Holies, which is the house of Amun, to this temple right here.
You have your mic on. We can't hear you. I don't think they can hear you in the back.
I gave up through the mic.
which you could see a replica of it on YouTube. Right, OPT, O-P-T Festival, and you're gonna find a replica of this that took place 2 years ago, and that's why they built these parks of the triad of Amun, Mut, and Kanso. The boat we have behind us, the ark, is for Mut, the wife, while the ark of Amun and Kanso, we will see them tomorrow.
Walking down the apostolic hallways, Temple of Luxor, Karnak. In Luxor, you see the columns, the lotus flowers at the top, rising up through the holies of holies, back that way to the front entryway. See the middle net etched in stone. What happened? I'm starting the prayers. Oh yeah. That's money right there. We'll chase after that.
Now, if they put the lights on this, all this metal netting is raised up. You see it raising a little bit. If you
Oh, yeah.
long enough. Look about right here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
What does that owl mean right there?
That is the A sound.
The A sound?
And what does Obama mean?
There he is right there. Yeah. The top, giving life forever.
That right there. Well, it took the priest 20 years.
Say again? $50. How much? 50 Egyptian? Yes. 50 Egyptian? Yes. Okay, all right. So we're going to the mall? To the mall?
Yes.
Okay, where the jewelry is at?
Yes.
Jewelry and papyrus and all?
Yes. Okay. Everything.
Okay.
Center shop.
The center shop? Yeah. 2-story?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Your friend?
You going to be able to stay with me?
Yes.
You going to be able to stay with me and wait? While I shop?
Go, come back.
Yes, he take you to the shop, you buy what you want, after finish, he take you back.
Okay, all right.
Don't worry, he look after you, is good.
And do not change the price also.
Yes.
50 back and then 50 back?
Yes, my friend.
Okay,
Pay when he take you back to your hotel.
Okay.
Give him the money there.
All right. You gotta make it through. Back, we're in Luxor, on the horse and carriage ride.
I'm like,
This is a video.
oh,
You look crazy. Look, it's the nightlife in Luxor.
Right. The Susanna Hotel. There's a pharmacy. How far is this place?
It's a little ways. It's a little ways. But no, probably about 10, 15 minutes. But it's a horse. I know it's a lot, but it ain't like a car. Me and Ray went all the way deep down up in here. We was all the way in the heart of the city. It was just me and Ray. I said that. It's nice out tonight. Maybe you can get a peppers for Lena. You can frame it. What's that? Oh, Luxor. Oh, yeah. Okay, busted. She could frame it, put it on her wall. Yeah, Luxor. In the horse and carriage ride. Luxor. Got the horses. The buggy ride, horse and carriage ride. Nightlife in Luxor.
It must be an important game tonight.
It's gotta be. Everybody out there watching the game.
There's a pharmacy.
Oh, that's the pharmacy. They got Jordans right there. All the herbs. Look at them herbs, man. Oh, I ain't messing with them. That's their bus system right there. Right. Look, they got 3 on that one. That's a school? Oh, yeah, he just got on the bus.
Where did we do that at?
Barbados.
Barbados.
Yeah.
That was fun,
The mango juice, yeah. Look, they got a big old sign up here like New York Times Square. The billboards. Out in Luxor, nightlife, about 10 o'clock. Time in Egypt. Out with my baby.
It was popping over there.
It was popping over there. What the heck?
Somebody getting their day, they party on, watching the game,
Right,
drinking their tea.
right. That's a wedding?
What?
I don't know. Watch out, we're gonna about to make a left turn. Here they come, here they come.
Damn.
You got us out the way. We're going back to St. George, right? St. George? The hotel? St. George?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all right. Cafe, they watching the game right there. Oh, this is another
Now
strip?
they just stand in the middle of the street.
Okay.
Yeah, they just stand in the street.
Where, right there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look, you see how he's riding on the back of that motorcycle? Just leaning on the side. Ain't even on the dang seat. Look, the whole family right there on the motorcycle. Son, mother, and father. On the motorcycle. Wait till I get some money.
Even the little kids get to look. He did this to them.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. They got a pizza shop. Look at that. They eat pizza too. With swine on it. See that? They go to the gym right there. Oh, no, they ain't the gym. Firehouse. Town team, men's wear. Whoa! It came out of nowhere. You saw that? They about to get on that ride right there.
$18.
22, 23.
$24 and $25 are not here. Yeah.
30, 31, 32, 33, 36.
Thank you.
The count is finished. Be ready. Going to the temple.
Marriage up front.
30 years.
You had your
All right, here we go.
ceremony this morning.
We're going to the front, into the temple. Flies, man.
And then all
Man, they on.
those behind
All right, now.
those who,
Man, that's dope.
Go ahead, man. Get up in there, man. Let me get in your joint.
All right. Uh-oh.
There we go.
We up in there, Brother Dalo.
Dalo.
Dalo Saku. Get it right, brother. Get it one time. Let them know what it is.
What's up? Dalo Saku, Kemetic Empire, Jacksonville, Florida, baby.
Already. One time. Let them know what it is.
Hey, what's up? I'm just rocking.
Yeah. Kemetic Brothers, baby of the crowd. We here.
We're lining up exactly.
the temple as we walk all the way back to the Kemet Rock.
All right. We deep.
Watch the step down. Watch the step down.
I like the socks, boy.
Man, I had to bring the compression socks out, man. My feet get swole up and we outside. We're gonna be out here.
It's always good to carry a bottle of water.
Oh yeah.
Stop from being dehydrated while we're out here, especially in the Valley of the Kings tomorrow.
Yeah. KemetNu deep, baby. We deep. The family is deep.
Denise.
There's Ron.
Watch your step.
Hold up. You need to stay even. Brother, you should be in front of him.
I should be in front?
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yes. A lot of people still coming out of security.
Yeah. The group just keep getting bigger and bigger. That's a good thing.
Watch your steps.
Okay, that's the ram. The zoomorphic.
Do not stop in the back. Keep that possession moving back there.
It's the alabaster.
Okay.
No, that's right.
They say 3.1. 3.99.
Our prayer comes from this temple right here. That's how powerful that name is. When I showed in the lecture in Timothy, he represents the invisible. Why do we see almond everywhere in the Bible? Because they still adhere to their introduction to God coming from Kemet. Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Their introduction to God is coming from Kemet. So every time you say your prayers and you say Amen, put Amen in your mind, because that's who it goes back to. Amen.
Amen. Right.
Amen. Okay?
Oh, tip.
So there's 350 cities fell to him. In fact, he put a city, a whooping on Joppa. In fact, he couldn't penetrate.
My bad. You good, you good. It's all right. OVO. Great. Copy if you can. The Lord under the heavens, heavens of heavens. The Lord above the heavens. pictures of the Ark of the Covenant in the Bible right here. Walls of Karnak Temple. The cart here, priests carrying the Ark into the temple. Right here on the walls. And Monty, did you get it? Did you get the answer to the
No, I'm talking about the KemetNu. Erect. All right? So that's where the erection, where it goes back to. So they're using symbolism to showing resurrection and transformation. So how they convey that is through the symbols. That there would be a resurrection, okay? Symbolically using the symbol of something that's going to happen spiritually. Okay, using symbolism for us to understand it. So they were laying down something that this is 5,000 years from now, and humans are still here. You can clearly understand it. And that's what we see here.
KemetNu Family, that we all look at Amun Ra above there in color. This is one of the images that escaped from Akhenaten when he was chiseling Amun and his images and his titles. But we could see
exploitation of everything. Human exploitation, natural resources exploitation, elemental forces exploitation. To the point where even when Europe left Europe to go to America, they left it because they had polluted Europe. They had polluted the water. They had polluted everything, so they were looking for new land. And all they did was went over to America and polluted that too.
Yep. Messed it up.
And still polluting the minds of the people with madness even today, going against laws of us. Okay? So I say all these things so we can pull these things together and understand why they are the way they are. So in the books and stone, the books and stone, here we have the evidence again, long before Archimedes, who we were taught in school, and he was the mathematician, and some of the others. This science was already known to build it, and it's from that knowledge they built the greatest structures. The Prometheans built the greatest structures on the planet Earth. Okay, from the mathematical table, Imhotep gave us the compass of the earth by studying the winter solstice and summer solstice. A multi-genius, because you're going to see the medical instruments in a few more days. Already carved in stone. They knew the anatomy of the body. All these things. Nothing new under the sun. Okay? So Abdul will give us some other details. So you can have in-depth information about all of this. To fight the Persians. The Persians were here. The Persians were wreaking havoc on them. So when Alexander, that you were taught to call the great, nothing great about him. That was taken from personal eyebrows and the great. That was taken from Mentemaratus, who he made the great. So now they took and made him great. How are you going to make him great when he came in as a plunder? But although he came in as a mercenary to fight the Persians for Kemet, but once he defeated the Persians, what's a mercenary want to do?
Take over.
If you're not strong enough to defend yourself, take it over. So one thing that Alexander wanted, he wanted to build a library. He did not see that library because he died before that library was built, but he got his general, Sutter the first. And after his death, Sutter took over as the general, and he controlled Kemet. That started the Ptolemaic line of 300 years. The Ptolemies were on the throne of ancient Kemet. After the Ptolemies, here come the Romans, who usurped the Ptolemies on the throne of ancient Kemet. And we're going to get deeper into that story when we deal with Augustus, Caesar, Octavian, Cleopatra, and Mark Antony and all that. But anyway, the Romans are coming in, and they're here for almost 400 years. They're here studying ancient knowledge, ransacking the tombs and so forth. After that, here comes the Byzantine Romans, Byzantium period. This is development of Christianity with Theodosius and Justinian in the 4th and 6th century AD. They came here and used these temples as a church. Not only did they use it as a church, but they were converting a Tsar who is known as the Lord of the Perfect Black. As I said, a Tsar is always black. Myself and Abdul, we've been telling you that blackness represents divinity and resurrection. It had nothing to do with negative. The Europeans came in and turned that around. But anyway, they took a Tsar and they took and made this character named Serapis. It started with the Greeks, then with the Romans, and it was the Byzantine Romans who finally put the final touches on in the making of Serapis Jesus. Every time you see the European image of a Jesus, you're looking at Serapis. So it's the first time they came here, and you look up there, and this is what they started to paint on the temple. Why is the sun always behind his head? They were taking the concept of Ra and Sa-Ra. What is Son of Sa-Ra? Son of God.
Son of God.
Son of Ra, Son of God. So these are the terms were used. They had conferences, ecumenical conferences. The first one was the conference of Nicene in 325 AD. In 325 AD is when many of the religious gangsters got together for a new world order. And in that, they started to extract from ancient Kemet many spiritual ideas in the making of the Western version of Christianity. That's why Alexandria is the foundation of Western Christianity here in Egypt. That's where it starts at, right here. And then they had other ecumenical conferences in the formulation of all of this. As I said, Ephesus in 431 AD, this is where a sect was de-Africanized. And they took the word that you see everywhere, Murray, on all the temples. There's another form of Murray with the A, it's like the A turned sideways. Murray. You see it like this, Murray. And then at the conference of Ephesus in 431 AD, this Murray became who? Mary. And the making of that story. The holy birth, the Immaculate Conception. When you get over to the West Bank tomorrow, we're going to go to Zetzret, Zetzru, the most select and holy of places. And that is of KemetNu Family, who was also born of a holy birth. Because the next who had to be born of a holy birth, her mother is at most Nefertari. And Amen comes in a ray of light to her. And Rashid is now becoming pregnant. Even though Big Nefertari made the first is her father, that's that second technically down there. But her spiritual father is Amen. So the point is that these stories are told going all the way back to the last again, like last night to who?
That Amy love. A.
Asar, Set, and Hobart. So all the Nessus continued that line. And when the Greeks, Romans, and Byzantine, they equally continued what Kemet was doing, but they formulated in their image. Okay. So now when you walked into the Cairo Museum, you may have noticed that character to your right, with the beard. That was ceramic. They just recently displayed him there. Prior to that, Patal was there. They took Patal out. He may be in a new museum. But in any case, they got ceramic sitting there. And he's thousands of years older than those colossals that you were looking at. So he shouldn't even be there. He should have stayed in the back corner where they had him at. So the idea, when they also came in, if we go over here and walk through here, and we'll straight down there. No, we didn't take around the edge in the middle. And you see off to the right and much to the left. Okay, what the early Christians did, Byzantine period, they cut them out to make it fit better the cross. But keep in mind, the cross is a Kemetic symbol. The cross goes back thousands of years before Christianity. It's called the Amstel. Today I'm going to get into the Valley of Kings, and we're going to get into what you've been asking about that lecture, the Amstel, and showing how that symbol was used in any resurrection. The Romans didn't understand spirituality. The Romans didn't understand about a spiritual body.
Punished them, and also because they were always fighting each other and not keeping the Ma'at, which was an important slogan of this country. So he went right up there in his chariot, attacking the fortress of Canaan. Can you see it right there? This fortress. And then the people are horrified from him. They are hiding behind the trees. You see under it? You see the faces? The people are hiding behind the trees, or they are throwing themselves out of the walls in despair. And he crumbles on all of the enemies. He captures them, you see, by big ropes, and now he is driving them behind his chariot, right there, and he is offering them to Amun Ra, Mut, and Consort up there. Right at the bottom, we can see another continuation of the scene in starting from Canaan, ending in what we call now Sinai Desert, which was the eastern gate of Kemet, and the Haru road, military road, which has been discovered now, and the fortresses and the butchers are still there in Sinai. Here we can see Seti driving his prisoners, and you could see the Red Sea separating Egypt from Sinai is marked by this rectangle of like a canal, and in order to tell you that this is water, you have crocodiles. You see what the crocodiles right there, but you could see on the left, you could see the type of architecture and fortresses in Sinai, and on the other side you could see the type of architecture in mainland Kemet, and you could see all the people and the priests coming out, celebrating, chanting, and congratulating the Nissu on his victory and his achievements in Syria, Palestine. Okay, so these are.
Look at the Cro-Magnon. The beast. Look at the beast in Kemet. Look at it. Look how many are coming. Look how many. And you thought we was deep.
They hoping they gonna come out of there nice and black.
Got two coons with the Cro-Magnon over there. They don't know what's going on with themselves. They just trying to figure it out. It's the Nile River. That's the Nubian village over to the left. On that side. A lot of the Nubians live on that side. That's it. You hear the call in the national prayer? sound like they in a mosque, temple or something.
Not here. It's 11. Oh, they might be on the balloon. That's right. 12, 13, 14,
Half the bus.
15. I don't know. I don't know where we are. I forgot about the balloon ride. Yeah, but we meet them.
Oh, okay.
We meet them over there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to assume that everybody that's on here is ready to go.
We ready?
Yeah. Okay, so we got, okay, that's all one family. 16 here? 17? Okay.
18.
19. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26.
All right, Bobby. Rise like Ra.
Yeah.
All right.
They supposed to be there.
Yeah. Hey, Abdul, I want to ask you a question. All right. It's your man, Marika Black, yet again. Yet the Kings. On the first tone.
It will be punched with tomb number 1. Okay? It will be marked at each one. Hold your ticket in your hand. Your ticket in your hand. He's gonna punch it, marking that this is the tomb number 1 you visit. Right there.
Crow Magnum just rolled up. Look at that. It's two more Ramses before.
America.
That's how they charging us to go in here, see our own ancestors' bodies in the cemetery.
Very nice, you mean.
You famous now.
Nice, Habibi. Welcome. Good.
Yeah. Captain, one part of his life. Look, like he was a slave in one part of his life. Oh yeah.
Hello, man.
celestial abode into the celestial now. Canoe, that's my house here, I work, I sat. Probably as many lives. Right.
The shop. This year, brother. This year, here.
Sick. Oh no. They're trying to make money. To the hootie. Go digging deeper further down. You gotta scan this barcode right here to get in there. Money. Take a picture with your camera right here next to us all. After you. Right there. Just fill us all. No, cool. Just do you. No worries.
Where's the picture?
Right here at the top.
Right here?
Yeah, at the top. Get that. It's hot. All right. That's it. Oh, see, look at that. Taking the pictures.
I think we're all back. Let's do our count now. The people who went on the balloon had to see their last tomb in the Valley of the Kings. So let's start our count again. Asar 1,
4,
5,
7, 9,
18.
19. I can't hear.
22 must be missing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 22.
23. Is 24 here? Yeah. 25. What about 26? I can't hear anything.
26 is here.
Start over. Asar 1,
4,
5,
7,
8,
9,
18.
19, 22, 23, 25,
32, 36.
Okay. All right.
got everybody.
Got it all here. I thought we were missing half the bus on the last count.
All right. I like that. That's dope. He said I talk to you friendly.
That's what he said?
Yeah. He said I talk to you friendly. Dollar Man is out there. You gotta go through Dollar Man just to get to the temple. Oh, he said 5.
Come back. After back. $3 pieces, $1. $1, 3 pieces.
$1.
$1. Hello, cousin.
All right.
Hello, my same color. How are you?
That's what he think. Oh, he said 5. Right now, we're going into leaving Hatshepsut Temple. Got to go into the land of Dollar Man right now. See? Dollar Man.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
I do like that Egyptian blood. I'm gonna get it in Nubia though.
Dale 5. $1 pieces, $1.
No quema mucho, después no deja.
$5.
Oh, 5 now. I thought it was $1.
I have Hatshepsut hat here. I have Hatshepsut ones.
Drink water, cola, ice cream, chips, cola, Red Bull. Cerveza.
He said cerveza.
He said to me in the way back, hello, $5. Okay, dos.
The land of Dollar Man.
$1.
$1 all pieces.
$1. You gotta say that in order to graduate from boot school.
Right. I'm gonna get those down in Nubia. You're gonna see the same stuff down there. $1. Damn dollar, man. All right, last funerary temple headed into here. I cannot remember the name, but we will get it. I can't remember the name. We're about to find out right now.
Let's see what
that's
our
all. I
card
was looking for the what's
Medinet Habu.
Medinet Habu. Okay.
Here we go.
Scan ticket.
Scan. All right.
Scan you ticket. Keep it.
Thank you.
Do it again. Scan ticket.
Medinet Habu. I want to see the martial art.
From the outside? I think so, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
It's the one? Okay.
Uh-huh. Come on, let's go over here, baby. I want to hear you.
Lord King of Kings, Sarah, son of God.
That's Hamun. Cousin from US.
Watch your step, please. Watch your step, please. Right here.
I'm gonna get in shadow. Shade. Oh, this that.
Amenhotep, son of Habu. Amenhotep, son of Habu, is one of the great architects of the New Kingdom, and he was also the architect of a king whose name is Amenhotep. Amenhotep III, who built Colossus and who built the big temple of Luxor, and whose wife was Queen T. He had this architect called Amenhotep, son of Habu, who was venerated by the later dynasties, and the area was named after him. That's why the temple is the temple of Ramses III, built in Habu area. This is the Habu area. The temple of Ramses III is one of the most complete memorial temples of the New Kingdom, Nissus, and especially the 20th dynasty. Ramses III was the last of the great names of the 20th dynasty. And we are told that he was to be murdered. He was to be assassinated by a plot by one of his wives who wanted her son to succeed him to the throne. But the plot was discovered at the last minute. Ramses III, whose tomb we visited in the Valley of the Kings, he built this massive temple, and he built it on a grand scale, and he built it, and the temple is in a good condition. most of the colors of this temple, you will see them preserved inside, because most of the ceilings are preserved. And this is the temple where you're gonna see the Monto wars called martial arts. This is the temple where you're gonna see for your first encounter with the name Kemet carved on the wall. And this is the temple where you will find that the Pharaoh had learned a lesson from his predecessors, that sometimes someone could come and recarve the cartouche, usurping the wall relief for himself. So he did the deepest type of carving, which is like a whole palm can go into the relief of his name, in order to make sure that no one would come and recarve his shinu. Okay, this has resulted in these shinus now being used as nests for the birds. Okay, but we will see the colors inside. We will see the preserved becknet, and the becknet that we said the becknet is an image of the Aket, the horizon, the two horizons with the sun disk rising in between. So you could see that here on the temple. You could see the vertical grooves where the flags were flying, fluttering up there on the pylon, on the becknet. And you will also see those iconographic scenes of the king smiting the enemies of Kemet in the presence of Amun on one side and Horakti, Ra-Horakti on the other side. And you could see a whole text carved. These are the books in store. Okay? These are the books in store. So,
look at that. You see Amun giving the kapesh, the royal knife, to Ramesu to kill his enemies. That's the same thing we get in the Bible account of Joshua, where Jehovah God tells Joshua to kill everything that breathes, but the women you keep for yourself. Of the enemy that's left over. Now that's rough, but it's in the scriptures.
Yeah.
Right. So here you see Amun giving him the kapesh. Ramesu and you see all the enemies. See all the enemies? Right here, lined up. And you have people in the States who, as Dr. Ben said, you can't be no armchair scholar in dealing with this.
That's right.
Dr. Ben was a field researcher. He started coming to Kemet way back in 1938. And you have some clowns out there that like to create controversy, because controversy sells, even though it may be as ridiculous as it is, because if you got people who don't know, you can pretty much tell somebody that doesn't know something just about anything, all right? Especially when they don't know. And one of the things that some people are in the States saying, well, Kemet's not on the temple of Kemet, in Egypt. We could have pointed it out coming in, but Kemet is all over the temples. But this is a larger one for you to see. You see Kemet right here. Now they did not have vowels, but the blackest substance, coal, was used. That we see right here. That M sound and T sound, you put the vowels in there, it would be Kemet. In fact, the name chemistry came from Kemet. So they're using the blackest substance, like coal, to express the name of the place, Kemet, that we see. Now, even though we see the carvings here, wait till we get inside, as Abdul was saying, where you can literally stick your hand up inside of the Medu Neter, where Ramesu III did not want his writings to be erased. So you can take a picture of Kemet, so if any clown who hasn't even been here, where you are here, you are an empty, you are a traveler, not a ritualistic traveler, but a true traveler. And you've come back to the northeast corner, and that northeast corner is right here in Kemet. And all over the temple, you see the writing of the most ancient language called the KemetNu. The KemetNu is long before Aramaic, long before Hebrew, long before Arabic and all the other contemporary languages. This is the oldest language known as the KemetNu, the sacred language of God, as the Greeks referred to it as the hieroglyphs. And even though there's a cryptographic writing, only the priests could read. So they had an exoteric and esoteric interpretation. And even though Champollion and others and Thomas Young were supposed to decipher it, but they do not know all of the KemetNu because there was different periods. But you saw the repetition on the temples during this new kingdom. In fact, during the old kingdom and maybe the pre-dynastic, it may be harder to read because even the new kingdom couldn't in some cases read the old kingdom. So we're looking at a span of time here of many, many millenniums. So we have to go back and start to do our own research and become diligent in that research. And it was the Kemetic mind that created. So it's the Kemetic African mind that can also start to do the research and interpret it. Is that right?
That's right.
Just as simple as that. All right? So there's still a lot of knowledge on these temples that's yet to be deciphered, going way back. So we don't want to keep you out here in Ra too long. We want to go inside of the temple and point out some mantu and some other things, and hopefully they won't have scaffolds up so I can show you a couple other things that was covered up by scaffolds last year.
It's your ancestor right here. See that? You right here, bro.
Yep, we got it right now.
Your ancestor right here. Ramsey the third.
I'll take the afternoon.
Raw. Look at it. This is where martial arts has been documented in African, and it is instilled. See that martial arts?
It was a very important event because it told the people to take to the highlands because of the flooding of the Nile. All right, when the Nile flooded, people had to know when to take to the highlands or it would cause a lot of damage and flooding. But also it told them that after the utilizing of the star, that the Romans called Ceres and the Greeks called Sophus. And the helical-rising of that star, when it grows, it turns red, white, and blue. See the columns? There's a set right there. Sometimes people get confused with a set because they have that hint of blue crown. How we can tell that it's set because the name is right there. Set. The throne. The throne. That's the throne of our set. Sometimes the throne is on top of the crown. That will tell you that you don't see the name with a roof. Here we have the roof. The roof is more spiritual divinity. But the colors, down through the colors, representing the physical rising of the stars and several stars. Physical rising of the stars. So when I showed how I had the stella, he has his stella in red, white, and blue. And the top of the stella is blue. When you look at the American flag, and one has to keep in mind that America was built off of the Freemasonry principle. But most of us don't realize that a lot of those Freemasonry symbols were taken from here. Not from Solomon's Temple, because you can't find Solomon's Temple nowhere. That's why we mentioned the Washington Monument. This is the rangerized symbol of the temple. George Washington's profile. When we look at, when we were at the Old Kingdom, and we said Mariuka, and it's left laying out. George Washington is in that same exact thing. The dollar bill that we mentioned before, with the capstone at the top, and they all sing high.
In fact, if you look at George Washington's face closely on the dollar bill, you get a little bit of resemblance of rock or wood and marrow. Oldest colossal on the planet. So, the father of the Freemasonry Bible is, what's the guy's name? Is not Mackey, but Albert Pike. Albert Pike started an organization called the Ku Klux.
Right.
And it became the Ku Klux Klan. And by creating the Ku Klux Klan, Albert Pike's objective was to make sure that African people would never get in touch with the sacred knowledge. This book is about that stick. It's the Bible of Freemasonry. For those who may be in the craft, would know about this book. But everything I'm talking about now is in his book. And he says, when the ends join the craft, I'll quit. Well, you should have quit from the very beginning, because everything you got in there came from here. Right. Based off of the Kemetic principles. But it's sad that for brothers who are in the craft, who in some cases know nothing about Imhotep, know nothing about Amenhotep III, okay, know nothing about Amenhotep the son of Hapu, know nothing about Penra, who built for Ursula Agrasa, Tepenra, Mesumeri Alma, know nothing about May, of all these grand master builders, know nothing about Simba. The only thing they know is Solomon. And you can't find his temple nowhere, it's just a wall. The time period is only 900 years BC. This predates that. So no matter what you're in, you're going to find that it's built up from Kemet. Right? And I was telling the others when I was going down the street in Pittsburgh, and I see a huge pyramid in the cemetery. And I told my sister, I said, stop the car. She was driving. I said, I got to see who this is. And it's Charles Taylor Russell. He started an organization called the Jehovah Witnesses. Witnesses. All right. Yeah, he was wicked. All right. I mean, he got over debt on his pyramid. Secretly, he's studying Kemet, but his parishioners, then they get the Jehovah Wicked stuff. You got to be wicked when you can't. If you die, they say you can't take no blood. You got to be the fraternity. You can't. Get married, you got to be in the Jehovah Witnesses. I mean, some crazy stuff. All right. So I'm saying all that, you can see, Kemet permeates everything. I don't care what you're in, you're going to find Kemet in it. And you don't have to seek that hard for it. It's right there. Like I said, Kemet speaks to us all the time. When you look at Kentucky Avenue with the pyramid on top of that building, to the original Taneter land. The Taneter land would be the original Holy Land. Going back to that early period, our ancestors would make expeditions back into, not only into the land of Punt that you saw with Makari Hatshepsut yesterday on her columns there where she had expeditions, but also there's expeditions like of Sahora, who's in your book, who made expeditions back into the Kui land, the land of the spirits. And there's a great story also told at the tombs of the nobles in Ta-Nehisi Aswan. And up there's a story where Pepi II of the 6th dynasty, there Pepi II got Harkuf to make an expedition into Inner Africa, knowing that this was the original Taneter land, or the original Holy Land. And Harkuf, who he got to make that expedition, was so proud that Pepi II of the Old Kingdom over 4,000 years ago asked him to make that expedition, that he actually carved a letter on the front of his Pratetta, or Tomb of Eternity. I say all of that because our ancestors acknowledged that this was the spirit land, the Kui land, the land of the spirits, to the point that they would acknowledge these little figures here in Kemet called Bes, or as our ancestors referred to as the Twa. Twa being the first people. They live in the Aitoi forest. They live in the Congo. And our ancestors acknowledge them as being first. So how would Kemet incorporate that into their spiritual system? Over there is the Mimizi house. That Mimizi house is the birth house. This one here is believed to be built by the last Nisu in Kemet of the cannibal. Cleopatra, bring her name up again. She was not the last ruler because Kemet was now at this time taken over by the Ptolemies. So the last indigenous ruler would be Nectanebo. And this Memesi house represents the spiritual nether root of the triad here. Okay, the triad here being Heru, Haru, and Ithi. All right, that is, every place had a triad. So the Memesi house represented the birth of that netter. Okay, and here that holy place represented the birthing house. So what's the best thing to represent birth? What's the best thing to represent birth? The 12. So what they did, if you look up on the top of the column, way over there, do you see him up there?
Yes.
Way on top of the column.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Birth, the beginning, the Batwa. I visited the Batwa, you'll see it in the upcoming lectures. Traveling to various places in Africa, visiting the Batwa, they were called the dancers of God. So when Pepe II got her coup, his suggestion to go into interaction to bring back one of the groups. So you can see these first people as well. Now when we look at the early 12th being the first people, we can see representation of them all over the world. When we look in the southern part of the Philippines, there's a people called the Negritos. And they're very short people. They're in the southern part of the Philippines. How did they get there? All right. These early Africans who migrated there. When I went to Japan back in the 90s to lecture, and I went up into the northern part, and there's these little people called the Ainu people. And they have that golden racial hair that you have. The good hair. Straight hair the straight hair is, you know, it doesn't have keratin. See, we got it backwards. We got it twisted. Golden ratio. We got the golden ratio in rhythm with the universe. The same golden ratio when you take that shower, you see all those little golden ratios in the tub. Yeah. Same something. But anyway, it is here that they are all over the planet Earth. And it's interesting that in Tibet, you have the 12th. And when you go to Tibet, to this very day, these little people, they greet you with this. That's how they greet you. Oh, wait a minute, look at the 12th. Okay, look at the 12th. Also in Tibet, they have the same crown as the 12th, or as he's called best right here. Now I want you also to think about the Mayan calendar. How many of you are familiar with the Mayan calendar? In the center of the Mayan calendar, you see the 12th in the center of the Mayan calendar, with his tongue sticking out. So Kemet understood that they were the first people. Those of you who may have read Alfred Churchward, these are one of the few Europeans who were trying to tell the truth about ancient Kemet and how it got its story. And Alfred Churchward wrote in his book, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man. And he talks about the 12th, who in fact migrated out all over the planet Earth and left signs and symbols there. When I was in Ghana back in 1987, and back at that time, you know, there was a little, I didn't take a group there, but just a couple of us went to Ghana at that time. Rollins was president at that time. But it's a long, to make a long story short, I won't tell you the whole story, but anyway, I had to go way out to the bush, okay? And I met the spiritual father there. And he took us to a shrine. It blew me away. He said, he took us inside the shrine. He said, this is our God. And I looked at the shrine, and that shrine that he had of this image was the 12th, identical to what was here. There was another world other than the world that you have known. And the fear is to unlock that ancestral, that African ancestral genetic memory bank and know that world. Okay? So Kemet unlocked that spiritual realm. So now you've got this thing what Europeans are always talking about, sub-Saharan Africa. Like there's a separate part of Africa, this part down. That was the Kui land, that was the spirit land. That was the Tanetter land. That was the original Holy Land. Why? Because all anthropological evidence have given birth right there. All right? Long before Adam and Eve and Adam and Steve. That's where it took place at in Africa. Okay? we got to bring some clarity to this thing. So Kemet understood, and that's why they were always associated with birth. So when we did the Cairo Museum lecture, and he's standing on top of that lotus column when I showed the picture, the other picture from the Cairo Museum, and he's standing there with the Black Power salute. Didn't start in the 60s. Started with the 12. We first, Black Power. We were the first people all over the planet Earth before there was anybody else. It was from them that we see, but nature had the variations that we see on the planet now. Without them, it would not exist. So do we have any good 12 representations going on here today? Who's a proud 12 would like to come up here next to the 12? Hey, proud that we got. They're proud 12. They didn't have any hatred towards their beginning. They loved their beginning. They had no problem showing the representation as the 12, as the lotus flower, or the scimitar, the uniter of the lands, as they even referred to the Nile as Happy. Happy was another form of the 12. Okay? That's why they call the Nile Mother, Father God. Because it's the mother and the father, it's the light that gave life to Kemet. Kemet, even to this day, is 90% desert. Without Happy, there would be no land here. That's a fact. Right? That's facts. So if you want to have the representation of the 12, take a picture and show your family the beginning. And you can take a picture with the 12. Hotep?
Hotep.
They would both commit suicide. So Mark Antony observed Cleopatra left, and he was losing, then he follows Cleopatra back to Egypt. And he asked her noble people, where's she at? She committed suicide. So he took a Roman knife and stabbed himself. And Cleopatra came out of hiding, saw him dead, but Octavian's on the way. Get this power. She said, you know, magic working. Still trying to get this power. And keep in mind, Octavian doesn't want to kill Cleopatra. He wants her as a trophy. Okay, for the parading through the streets of Rome. Then kill her. Okay, that's how they get it back. So anyway, here comes the cake and the royal palace. Cleopatra was there. But Octavian is coming in flaming. The old school building I'm talking about. He was flaming. He like, boys. Oh! None of the better rules in the world can help that. She realized all the better rules cannot work on this. This stick is in the room. Here we see she couldn't do nothing with that. And she said, he said, make sure nothing comes in this palace. We're going to save her and get her back to Rome so we can parade her through the streets before we kill her. So she had to get some of her noble people and slip out of the palace, get this cobra. And they snuck this cobra back into the palace. Because Cleopatra was not going to be humiliated. She saw what happened to her sister. She said, I'm going to put you to Egypt. I'm not going to let this happen. She got this cobra. The cobra bit her, killed her. And Octavian came in with fury. Because now she's gone. You can't have this big trophy. Octavian, whose name means October, changes his name to Augustus Caesar. 30 BCE, before the Christian era, he now calls himself Augustus Caesar because he defeated Kemet in the month of August. That's how August gets his name. And there, he said, we must create a new world power, a new religious power. This Cleopatra, she was right in terms that we did worship Isis. We took her throughout our empire. We took her to Gaul, called France. We took her to Britain, called Britannia. We took her to Germany, called Germania. And that's why you got the Black Madonna there, all throughout Europe, because that was the set. But what we're going to do, we're going to create a new order. Because Cleopatra was right in terms that we worship Kemet. And because the first Greeks loved Kemet. This is where the slow movement of how to take starting with Augustus Caesar. It started in the formation, in the making of down the road, Western version of Christianity. So when the Byzantine Romans are coming on the scene now, they had all the formula, the spiritual ideas, the triad, Donna and Child. And they made these ecumenical conferences. And this is where they all got together in the making of ideas. And this is where the Conference of Ephesus in 431 AD, they Africanized a set and the creation of the marriage. Taken from the Medu Neter word, Murray, it means love. A set was called Matneche, it means the mother of nature. Byzantine Romans copied that and created Theotokos for Mary, the mother of God. So here, now, what happened to Caesarion, her son? Nobody really knows. Some say that Augustus Caesar captured him and killed him because if he grew up, he could be a ruler of Rome because Julius Caesar. Nobody knows. Some say that Cleopatra put him in exile. Nobody. Caesarion was never found in history again at this time. So that's where we see Cleopatra and Caesarion. And you see a set right here which she personified as her. Now come down here and you see something, a face called smashed out. The Romans are coming in, some people are trying to destroy things right here. And we're not going to show here. And this book I'm going to show as a version of her. Face smashed out.
Get that with the video, okay?
Ooh.
Mag. Okay.
No, it's always.
Maybe you can find your zodiac, even though it's in Greek up there, up there. Now the original is in France, in the Louvre, the original zodiac. That was taken from here, that is. But still the one that the French took is the Greek one. Right, this is the older version. Right, you got the new one, yeah. Well, they know me, so they're gonna have, they know, come here, so they know that I teach on this, so they know people about it. Yeah, they'll be ready for you outside.
Oh, okay, they have
But make sure, because some of the guys don't know me, some of the ones that got just.
I think maybe it was really dark down there too. Yeah. And this shaft of light was just,
how they got this coming straight up. See my picture on it? Oh yeah, for sure. showing this depiction of everything that is going through the afterlife.
Wait, y'all. The head down, y'all. Okay.
And it goes up here. Yeah. The chamber of Asar, the temple of Dimdara, and the tip of Heteru. As you see, right here is the opening of the mouth ceremony on the temple release. Asar is being prepared into the afterlife, going into the afterlife. The ascension up to the afterlife. Opening of the mouth ceremony. And it's depicted here, and then he rises up and ascends into the heavens. All right, let's go.
That's your last one?
Yeah, that's me. Come on. You good, Dalo?
I'm right behind you.
All right.
Somebody's coming up, Brad.
All right. Gotta know who you are. All right, man. Hold it down. He must have somebody else money. He laughing. See, still original paint. Top of the ceilings, they tried to burn it off, but you see it better on this side. Coming through the columns.
Okay. You the big boss. Okay.
The God is new. Looking at the God is new. Temple of Dendera. Temple of Heteru, rather, in Dendera.
Down there too.
Floating down the Nile River in Kemet, aka Egypt, for some of those who don't know. See how the water flows from south to north in that direction. It's the only river in the entire world that flows from the south to the north. The current. You know what I'm saying? The Amazon goes east to west. This is the Nile. We on the boat, live in our route, cruising right now on a cruise ship. Should name our reefer Black yet again. Looking like Mr. T. All my jewelries. You see over there? That's a oh no, that's all Luxor right there. I think we drove past it. We just headed out to Denmark. So peaceful and quiet right now. I don't know where all the people be at. That seaweed, you see that seaweed? It's definitely deep. The Nile is deep. There's a bunch of boats coming off in the distance. Following behind. We will be black yet again. About to go upstairs to this observation deck, check it out from a different angle and see 360 degrees. You know what I'm saying? We'll be black. Nile River. Ancient Nile River in Africa. Navigable line. That was known by their ancestors. See how the flow south to north. Observation deck right now. Take a look around. Got a pool right here. Hot tubs, 2 hot tubs. Lawn chairs, tables on the other side underneath the canopy. Yo. Didn't know Africa could be this beautiful, did you? Huh? Didn't even know it. What are they selling over there? Oh, they swimming. They got a little beach over here, babe, look. Yeah. They got a little beach over there. Hey! That's to keep the pulse. This is Ed Food. We up before sunrise. First to hit the block.
Right. Oh, it's rock.
The rock.
It's the rock.
I ain't trying to get no rock.
Oh, you gonna get some rock.
What buses are those? It's a lot. I think that's a crowd in there. Those buses those guys. You know that's video. Many faces at once. The many faces. Look, you see that bank right there? We went to something like that. Try to get money out the ATM. Like, nah. Right there. Hey, good morning. Yeah. Ed Food Child Care Center right there. Now you notice like the thing, like every city we go to, they had one of the deities of the worship. Right? This city is Haru. Remember even and then we went down to Cairo is rock. Assad was all the way throughout Egypt, but Mohammed was in Luxor. Wasset. So this is Haru. Ed Food is Haru. Now when we go to Kumaombo, I think it's Sobek. Sobek was the deity today. Sobek. The deity that they venerate. extender?
Another one, yeah, to make me focus and closer.
Yeah.
Right here.
Built the city around the temple. What? You fell down? That city is like poor.
Look at the mark. There's a mark.
That's a hotel right there. I see. Over the years. Correct. Coming up on the temple right here. To the left. That's the temple of the roof. Okay.
It's uphill. I gotta slow down.
Right. Hey man, we made it to the temple. Go through Dollar Man to get there. And he waiting too.
Early in the morning. Dang. That's how the chariots was racing back then. At least they got shade for the horses to sit up on there.
Right.
That's nice. Find your parking space.
Hey, what? You can let me off right here.
Right.
Welcome. Lovely morning, Ramses.
Morning.
Lucky man, white color. Ramses too.
Did he say white power?
I don't know what he's talking about. Ain't no telling.
Okay. Photo?
Hotep.
Oh no.
No.
Thank you though. Thank you.
What number is this? What book? What? This is number 8? 8?
10. I keep telling you 10.
Hey, hold on, man. Hold on. Say that again.
You are welcome.
Say what?
About Egypt. After visit my shop Lamor Bazaar. You want to buy something to shopping? With price, no hustling.
No, what you said earlier? You said something about maybe later?
Maybe later. If you have time.
I've been saying, when we come down to this era of January and Exodus, these are Kemetic temples where the Greeks, one side. Got the artisans. Okay, we should come in. We should come in. Right up here. Come in. I have to walk it so we should come in. Come in. I need this space right here. Okay, so the child because here, we're here for 300 years. And they were here studying many of the genetic concepts that eventually led into pictures and Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, and many other artisans that we see to make up the images for the Christian religion. For instance, many of us are familiar with the dancing Christ, is that right? The dancing Christ, and you see, I refer to the seraphic music because that's what it's described. But when I talk about the cosmos, the physical body, correct? The physical body is stayed on earth, but it's the spiritual body called the Sahu. That's what goes up on the body, being the soul, and the top being the soul, and the spirit are joined together, and then it went on into the eternal life. But when we see the dancing Kana right here, why is he dancing? You see him right here? See one leg down, one leg up. He's up in the Ka form. Now, is he in this physical life? No. Or is he in the spiritual life? Spiritual. The spiritual life. He's a Sahu. He's dancing because he's no longer in the banishment. Okay. He left the spirit, the body behind, and now he's in the Sahu form. So he's dancing. For those of you who are familiar with the Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael's pictures of the dancing Christ, we can see where the ideas were plagiarized from the books in stone right here. What makes the images of Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, and others more sacred than this, when in fact it was literally plagiarized from here? Yeah, now the Romans didn't understand spiritual things. They took the body literally. They said the body would just get up and go to heaven. And the KMTians were trying to tell them about the fact of the spiritual body. That's like somebody, if you don't know about air, and I'm trying to tell you about air, you say, where is it? Right, but air is all around us, so right, without it, you're not going to make it. So again, that's what the Kemet was trying to tell the Romans, but they looked at it, they couldn't understand it physically, that the physical body would rise up. So with Christianity, during the time of the Byzantine time period, they didn't understand it, so they just kept that whole idea of a physical body. To this very day, the foundation of Western version of Christianity is one day that everybody's going to get up out of their grave and rise up, physical body. You know, that body's going to stay on earth. Sorry to say, the worm is going to eat what's left. But it's the Ka, the spirit that will go on. So here we have thousands of people walk by here, have no idea where and what this is right here, the dancing Ka. Can everybody see it? Yes. Right. So now when you see those pictures of Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael, the dancing Christ, you see where it came from. And on this side,
excuse me, you can bust. Excuse me.
Teta Ka. Everlasting spiritual life. Everlasting Ka life. Ka. Everlasting spirit life. Teta Ka. What's the Ka? Spirit. Okay? But one of the things that, now look at this big canoe right here. Look at this big canoe right here. Think of Western Freemasonry like your money. There you see the art of a room. Now this time we're able to see an actual art inside of the room. This is where the cardiac priest carried the art out.
Came out, that's all.
Until I got
And I turned around. I found myself.
Turn around and go back.
You got scared?
Turn around.
Going back?
Staircase is nowhere.
Okay.
Oh.
You gotta separate.
Went the wrong. See, you get lost in the temples. So many passageways. Trap doors. I think that over here to the left. In this room right here. We went to the wrong one.
Haru over Seth took place, and the king wants to depict himself as Haru because Haru was represented good and Ma'at and justice over Seth, who represented evil and chaos. Evil and chaos. So this is where we have the best representation preserved from Nekpet and Wajat.
If you look down here, look straight down, you're literally walking in the books and stuff. Both sides, you see the Medu Neter everywhere. I mean, you're in the book now. Here we see the Neter Per, or the divine house of Haru. So we'll walk further down and we'll show you how the battle that took place and how Haru had to defeat the Itfet forces that were represented by the Zoot type of the hippo. And you see the various stages of how he had to tie him up. But as we look at this, we're going to see later on in the lecture of how some of these things came down. Why is it the sacred language of God, as they would refer to the term today? Why is it called the sacred language of God? Because they're using Mother Nature. They're actually creating their language from nature itself. So that's why it was called the divine language of God. Now over there to the right you see a cop, and then you don't see a Shanu. And Shanu again. So keep in mind this is during the time of the Ptolemaic rule. Here's the Neter right here. Notice the Neter right here. No, it's chiseled out. So, Shahudi, representing what? Divine wisdom and intelligence. He is the one that judges it, like John in the Bible. Shahudi that wrote down your deeds on earth. Now, did they worship an Ibis bird? No, it was the Zoot type. They used for the priesthood of the like Matthew, Mark, and John are represented in evil, callous, and take the same place. By one time, by the Christians. So they went about desecrating a lot of the images and representations that you see here. Now you see somebody there called Hizit Ra. Yeah, what's some Hizit Ra doing? Giving adoration to what? The transformation. Because we're all going through transformation. You went through a transformation. Your body's totally different than yesterday. Constantly transforming. From the time you left your mother's womb, from the time that you were an infant, the time you started walking, the time you started talking, we're constantly transforming. So that's how our ancestors saw it. We're transforming as we walk through this physical life, and then we go back to the spiritual life. And was the sun dish wing there? You had it in the lecture? I mean, the Kepara wing. See, most people come through here who don't have an educational program, they're just looking at a big bug. Kepara. There's the shin symbol. There's the shin symbol for eternity. All right? Why they have the shin symbol down there for eternity? Because as long as Ra rises, it'll be eternity. Okay? Why also would they connect that beetle, scarab, to the sun? Because the scarab beetle at high noon flies. At high noon. See? And then we see the adoration in Heted Ra. Why? Because right before sunrise, the baboon is praised in adoration to the sun. So when we see the raising up of the hands like that in the Western church, this is where they get that whole idea from. But when you see their art and you see the Pope and all them raising their hands up to the sun, it's not called sun worship. Even though they go to church on Sunday and have sunrise service on Sunday. But when it comes to us, it's referred to as sun worship. Right? And you look at all the beaches of the world, the only anybody out there trying to worship the sun to get some melanin are Europeans.
Right.
All right? So psychologically, they made us want to stay away from the sun. All right? So again, they take these things and then say other things negative in relationship to it. Now here, we dealt with this symbol right here. Who remember that symbol? What was the name of the Great Pyramid? It was called what? Akat Khufu. So that's the Akat. This whole temple structure is the Akat. The facade of the temple is the Akat. There's the Akat there. And look at the Akat there with the scarab. Akat of transformation. A lot of powerful symbols all over the temple. There are some messages on many of the temples that may take future generations to interpret that information because some of the information they wrote it in a cryptographic concept of the Meta-Netter, but they also had the cryptographic form of the Meta-Netter. And we have Tahuti. As I said, Tahuti is the one that wrote down your deeds on earth. Okay? Tahuti is the one that gave also the call. Tahuti gave the call that Set would have a holy birth. It was Tahuti that gave the call. That said a Set would have a holy birth. Now, who do we know in the Christian religion that said that Mary would give a holy birth?
Michael the Archangel.
Everybody grew up a heathen?
Yeah.
Nobody? Gabriel. Because Gabriel came in the back room and Mary was shocked. Woo! Who are you? I'm Gabriel, the angel of the Lord. Well, why are you here? Let you know you're going to have a holy child. Okay? And Mary got to go back to Joseph and said an angel of the Lord came to him, her, and said that she's going to have a holy child. It's not going to be your child, Joseph. All right? Now, I don't know, brothers, if that you go along with that or not. Your wife's pregnant? How'd you get pregnant? An angel, a full-grown man with a deep voice, came in the back room saying he's the angel of the Lord. But you just got to have faith, brothers. You just got to have faith. Now, I'm going to ask Abdul something. If you can explain to me what Taha is in Islam.
Taha is the word Ta in Medu nature means land. Yes.
Yeah.
So the Taha has came from the Middle nature, Ta meaning land, and there are many of the Islam the important characters that has got origin also in the Netrus of Egypt, like Idris. Idris in Islam could be a corruption of Osiris or Asar. Asar. Okay, we have lots of the prophets whose names were Egyptian in origin. Okay, because many of them grew up in Kemet. Okay, and even when they migrated out of Kemet, they still kept the names, and the names passed from generation to generation.
We'll move over, what, another
Yes.
people, over,
Yes.
over to the left.
Yes.
Over to the left.
All right, all right. That's the news right there.
My left, your right.
Yes. So right here we were talking about Jahuti, whom we call the
I was going to say one thing.
Yeah.
The Taha in Sur also means the caller, correct?
yes,
Right. So who was Tahuti?
the caller. Yes, yes,
And also, as the sun goes down, there's a prayer that's called Asar.
yes.
Al-Asar.
Al-Asar means the afternoon prayer. They call it Al-Asar, which
Like our
means
Father.
the afternoon time of prayer. Okay, Jahuti, who is this always known as the thrice great, was kept into Greek Hermos Trismegistus. Okay, and all these copies, as Brother Kwesi told you about, were the books that were originally composed by Jahuti, were all copied into the box of Hermes. Now, Jahuti is standing here, and the Ptolemies wanted him to write their names for eternity. They are trying to replicate the KMT when they wrote lists of their names and their successions on the walls of the temples. But the Ptolemies failed to do that because of too much fighting and too much exile and too much assassination that took place among them. So the temple, the work on the temple was suspended for is justice. Yeah. Ma'at in Islam is to be good to others, to be fair, to be generous, charitable, and you should not see someone suffering. If you can help this guy, while you have to do something for him. Okay? Some of the early Muslim people, even when they were very poor people and they saw other people who were starving, they had to share with them the little amount of food they had for their kids.
And
Okay?
Ma'at is very similar to
And
what?
Ma'at is
Ma'at.
Ma'at. Yes.
We're not
It's the
saying,
exact same.
we're just talking about the Christian. Whether it's Christianity, Judaism, okay, Islam, Buddhism, Krishna, Kemet lays the foundation.
For them all.
So we have brothers and sisters, some have come who are Muslims here among us. So you can understand also that a lot of what Islam is equally, okay, during the time of 641 AD, when the Arabs came, and during the time of al-Alis, who came
Amr ibn al-As is the Muslim general who was commissioned by Muhammad before Muhammad had his transition, but Egypt was still not part of his religion. But he recommended to Amr ibn al-As that this is a country that we need to be part of us, because it's a very important, well-established country, and we need to take it. So Amr ibn al-As in 641 mobilized an army and came to Egypt. But the Kemetn, even those who espouse Christianity, they did not fight with him because they knew those people were very fair, just, and the others were suffering from the persecution of the Romans, Byzantine. So they were rescued by this Muslim army, and they surrendered in 6 months. The Muslim army had taken all of Egypt from Fustat or from Memphis to Alexandria.
He's in the boat, and you see the hippo is very small. See him? How he's tied him up. You see the land? Going, feeding the Scythian forces. Now, what we see here is the spiritual mythology of Kemet telling of an actual event. And like many mythologies of the world, those mythologies got developed out of actual historical events that were turned into mythology. So the actual historical event that took place here is a time of two kings fighting each other, okay? And that's the Haru and Scythian kings. The king that lost the war became the king that represented Set. The king who won represented Haru. When you saw that sun disk wing on the temple when you came in as a facade of Haru, that's called the Haru Brigade. That represented Haru, who took the form of the sun disk wing to defeat the Scythian forces. And the Scythian forces in the terms of hippo. Now, why would they use the hippo? Because the hippo is one of the most dangerous animals in Africa. They kill more people than even crocodiles. Okay? So the hippo became the representation, but it also formed, as Mary Ross showed, it also represented birth. So depending on what the situation was, that's how the hippos were used. In this case, the hippo is representing as a negative force, and that negative force representing Set. And as Haru took the form of the sun disk wing, he was able to fly throughout the land, defeating all the Scythian forces that was creating Isfet, or chaos. And then after everything was established, Ma'atian spirit, Ma'at was established, then the land was in peace. So this is what we see here, one account after the other.
Bless you.
Of the hippo. Now I want you to remember this thing right here. I want you to remember this thing right here. You got the land coming down, picking the hippo. This one is upside down. You got it upside down, you take the land, you take it into the belly.
Everybody's contact information while he all these videos.
Again, there was nothing. We didn't have to where
And his camera. That's what he had. Yeah, and he had the camera.
Starting to run one to them. Stop one, starting to run to the other.
You think about it, out the land.
And look up her navel also. Now look up above her and see a tree. Tree of life. Now, in the biblical account, we get the story of Adam and Eve were in the garden, right?
Yeah, he's in the garden.
The tree of what? Right, the tree of And then the snake came to Eve and got Eve's attention and got Eve to eat this fruit. And then also the snake got Eve to get Adam to submit to eating this fruit, and they became aware of their sexuality. Is that right? And then Adam stitches on Eve when God comes to the garden and says that it was Eve that made me eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Is that right? And then from then on, we are told that this is how the evils of the world came. And we also, it says that the woman's cycle was reminding her of what Eve did. See, a sick misogynist actually wrote that story. But that tree is a corruption. It's the corruption of the tree of Ma'at. Because long before there was any Adam and Eve story, the Asar and the Set was based off of Ma'at. They were created simultaneously. There was no rib taken from Asar to make a Set. They were created simultaneously. But in the biblical account, we get a story that a rib was taken from Eve, from Adam, okay, to make Eve. Is that right? So again, this was all the patriarchs who were destroying the spiritual nature, or the goddess spiritual principle of Kemet. But in Kemet, it was the Sar and the Set who had to eat from the tree of Ma'at, of truth, justice, and righteousness. The patriarchs came, turned the story around, and turned the tree into a knowledge of good and evil. And then all the evils of the world that we are told is due to what Eve did. This is part of a European story, even from the time of the Greeks with the Pandora's box. It's the same thing. Pandora's box, she comes out of the box, and then all the evils of the world. So we can see that the patriarchs had a very misogynistic nature towards the female principle, because of everything that they created, she was negative. She created evil, she created destruction, and so forth. That's how we know that all this spiritual system is an African Kemetic spiritual system, because Africa is a deep spiritual matrilineal system based off of the goddess, even to the point where Norma and his procession is carrying the placenta of his mother to validate that he came from his mother. And that's how powerful it is in ancient Kemet. But when we look at the patriarch stories, then it's all filled with all this negativity around good and evil, the deed did, and blah, 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 and so forth, and killed the golden calf, and this and that. That was to destroy the spiritual system of ancient Kemet that I talked about yesterday. It's only until we start to turn the pages of time and not get caught up into just believing everything, because some of us are born and we believe everything we've been told. And some of us are born and want to know that which has not been told. I think all of us fall into the latter, or you wouldn't be here.
I would say 50%. There's a step down right here.
You got it on record?
Yeah. I gave him $5 just for saying that.
Oh, that's nice, yeah. You did promise him, yeah. That's good.
I ain't even want no merchandise, so keep it for somebody else.
Good. That's nice, milk.
Well, we got enough to give them.
Give it up.
Right.
Hey, don't give it all.
Nah, but I'm just saying. Look at the sun right there. Like right there. Right. That's their marketplace. Their food's kind of poor town. Ain't no kind, it is a poor town. There's so many crackers that come through here. Look at these crackers.
You feel good sitting there with this flag driving the whole.
There's some American flag right there. Saw that car?
He can represent us. Go ahead.
Who's driving that? God damn. Pro Mac.
He was selling daggers on the side.
City is woke now. They got Apple iPhones. They had an Apple iPhone store. Saw that tank, military tank right there. Those are military trucks right here. What it say? Food truck? The bank? Dang.
Hey, my friend. My friend.
Dollar man trying to get at us.
Hey, my friend. Regulations, okay? Hey, my friend.
Hey, I met you, Mustafa.
$5, my friend. $5. My friend. $5, my friend.
Aswan, the Isle of Philae, Nubia, right now. On to the Temple of Isis, almost said the wrong name, Isis, Aset. That's where we at right now. On the boat. Dollar Man is on there trying to sell us everything they got, while the white folks ain't even on Dollar Man boat. Tiger's Eye. Dollar man is relentless. There's nothing he won't do to get that dollar. You hear me? Nothing. Relentless. But he ain't messing with them Europeans though. The white folks, he let them ride. Let them do whatever they want. Oh, the owl. Look. That's that piece right there. What that represent? What that represent? What that represent? Nubian. Nubian? Yeah. See what else you got over there.
You like it? You like it? You like it?
La. Over, you done with you. You done with me.
Right here with UNESCO from the temple from the island of Belak, that the Greeks refer to as Belay. This sacred site at Nectanebo, one of the last Kemetic rulers, honoring also Aset and Heteru, as we see Heteru in the back there on top of the columns. Now, we know that tomorrow, in the ancient Kemetic tradition, the new year is tomorrow. And being that the new year, the Kemetic New Year, is based off of the Hittite rising of the star Sebel-Siptah, which is the star Aset. It rose during the Hittite time period, and this was an important event. And so important that the Akhmenu, that you're familiar with now, the holies of the holies, that Sebel-Siptah actually on July 19th will shine all the way back into her temple of the Akhmenu. So again, why is that star, Sebel-Siptah, shining in the back of her Akhmenu? Because she is who? Sebel-Siptah. She represents the star Sebel-Siptah that the Greeks refer to as Ceres and the Romans refer to as Sophus. So just like you saw Ra that flew down, shined down the Akhmenu from the Akhmenu of Amun, equally you can see the celestial forces that our ancestors used in building these temples connecting terrestrial and celestial events. So there's going to be some places and spaces that we're going to go into. One of these places will be the Menezi house, or the birth house that we're going to go into, and also see the shrine of Imhotep. So at this point, I'll let Abdul give us some other details. I'll bring the mic. Now, we should have been here a little bit earlier. Go ahead.
You set up there?
Huh?
You got your camera set up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Start recording. Always a hose. One set of KMT and next set of wins.
How you good?
Oh my God, there's a sauna in here.
worry a lot of times. It's just a little. Right.
We are going in.
Right, they're going that way.
Oh, they going in the hole. You can go in the Holy of Holies? And this one?
Let's go in.
Not inside. What's up?
Lock the door.
They feel like it's their stuff.
It's just a sanctuary. Yeah, that's where they're
Oh, man. See that say sanctuary right there.
Oh, yeah.
Priests will come in, do their prayers.
They don't bother Abdul.
Abdul, yeah.
That's one big stone. How much? Those are glass.
They ain't going.
No, that's glass.
This is jet stone.
No, it's glass.
No, this is jet, not glass. I look at this is me. It's not glass. This is jet stone. And this is, I look at turquoise.
No, that's Howard.
It's turquoise.
That's Howard.
It's turquoise.
Checking it right. Yeah, that's fake.
That's good. She know her stuff.
Yeah, she know what's good. We like you, sister. You know what you looking at right like now. He trying, boy. He trying hard.
That's Mardi Gras me.
Right. Exactly. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Dollar Man. Look at Dollar Man. He trying hard, boy. He trying hard to make that dollar. Look at that. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen.
It's not price.
Look at that behind us. They on there too. Look at them. Dollar Man. No. They don't mess with the white folks. Let the white folks go ahead and live in peace, do their thing, move around, come and go as please, enjoy all the sights, everything. Nothing. It's like the weight of it.
Happy, welcome home. We are the roots here. We are a Nubian.
Nubian brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nubian. Just a Nubian. It's another Nubian, you see?
Not the Nubian. No. Yeah, I know. Not the
It's my
Nubian.
cousin,
Yeah.
Trulli is
Right.
my cousin.
That's your cousin for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Five Egyptian slow weight.
Let me see.
This is, yeah.
La.
Le blanc.
Huh? La.
This is. Okay, give me $5.
La.
$5 for sure. $5.
All right.
Reconstructed like our symbol that we're going to tomorrow, and it had to be set up 200 feet and set back 600 feet. Had they not done that, it would have been under the water like some of the others. Those of you who are familiar with New York City and the Metropolitan Museum, there in the back of that museum, there's a casing of one of the Nubian or Tiny temples. When UNESCO was involved in doing this, many of them took one of the Nubian temples and brought it back to Europe. And that was the gift that they got for reconstructing some of these temples and putting it on high ground. But unfortunately, some of the temples are under the water. In the process of doing this, many of the Nubians, the Tanahisians, lost their original homeland because of the flooding out of their villages. And they were relocated in an area called Kamombo. And Mary Raw is going to talk about some of that in the lecture tonight in terms of the Nubian culture and civilization of the Nile Valley. So the point is, when we look at the crisis that's still taking place in terms of the flooding out of Ta-Nehisian and Nubian villages is still going to take place, possibly going to take place down in Sudan. As I said before, when we fly down here down the symbol, we're going to be very close to the border of Sudan, down into Kush. So right here you see two waterways right here. One waterway is coming from, going down Uganda. One is coming up out of Khartoum. Okay? This is Khartoum. Right. And one is coming from Uganda. Right. And one is from the highlands of Ethiopia. Okay? The blue and the white lines. It's joining together right here at the top. So you see Lake Tana on the highlands of Ethiopia. We made a tris. That will be the one on the left. And then the one that's coming out of Uganda is the one on the right. They meet together, and that's enabled to give water for Egypt. But the crisis that's taking place now is that they're building a dam down in Sudan. It's called the Dal Dam and also the Karchbar Dam. The Karchbar Dam and the Dal Dam, for those of you who are familiar with the architectural structures that are down in Sudan, like we see the Kandake pyramids or Murs, all those pyramids, which there are more pyramids down in ancient Kush, now called Sudan, than even in Egypt. And even though Jill Sippy, who came in, and for those of you who are familiar with the pictures of the Kushite pyramids, and you see some of them were dilapidated, tops of them were cut off, because this European named Jill Sippy came in and plundered, taking the Kushite treasure. But in building of the Karchbar and the Dal Dam, that the Chinese are involved in building that dam. Prior to them, it was the French who were involved in it, and many of the Nubian or Chinese brothers rose up and sisters rose up. So the French saw it would be the structure of some of the greatest architectural structures of historical antiquity in the world, so they stepped out. But the Chinese, who had no care, are coming in and they're going to build this Karchbar and Dal Dam. And that would be cut out all those pyramids down in ancient Kush, down called Sudan. So that would be a total devastation to the ancient antiquities of ancient Kush. And unfortunately, it's totally oblivious to us that the protest has been taking place down in the Sudan in regards to the possibility of the total destruction of this. CNN is not picking it up. They had a little slight note on BBC, but for the most part, it's not exposed at all. So again, we see that some of the Nubians who refuse to leave their homes down in this area here, even some of them were literally flooded out when the dams were opened up. It was the area of Komombo we used to stop at Komombo when our bus broke down when we were in our work with Dr. Dan. And there's many of the Nubian brothers who helped us and sisters who helped us during that time when we used to stop at that village at Komombo. But now we don't stop there anymore. The area of Komombo is one of the areas near where we were at the time. Okay, so again, you can see that area, those 2 points right there. So if this dam is built, then that would totally obliterate the ancient antiquities of Kush. Okay. This notion to represent the Virgin Mary suckling the child Jesus. They said it. They're using this. This is the prototype where they're getting the idea from. So if you're in a classroom and you write a paper, and you're writing a paper about the Madonna and child, and you're the originator of the paper, and somebody comes and plagiarizes your paper, who should get the credit? The plagiarizer or you? Right. So we have to give the credit to this spiritual idea to Kemet. Europeans, Western versions of the Madonna and child in Catholicism are plagiarizers. They did not come up with any ideas of their own. They just took from Kemet and rewrote the story and then put themselves in it.
This phone is on, okay?
Ah, yeah. It's almost like a tie.
That's it? Twice around the left?
Yeah.
And that's it. Look at that.
Hey.
Hey, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Japan, what's happening? All right, here we go. All right, appreciate it. Take this flight down to Abu Simbel, get on the jet, reach Japan on the top. Touchdown, we made it. Abu Simbel, here we come. Got off the jet, tarmac, on it to the bus. Yes, sir. Now where, oh where, could my wife be? Oh where did she go? They already had a bus came by and got him, huh? Peace and blessings, family. It's your man, my Reaper Black, yet again, and made it back to Hustle Ra, September Ra, Ramsey's Temple right here. We're out here in Abu Simbel right now. You're looking at the megalithic structure that was reconstructed, taken over from the Nubia village right here. This is Ramses the second temple, and then Queen Nefertari's temple is right here. So it's amazing, man, to be able to journey back to Kemet, be able to see it again. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful, beautiful scene. Be able to see Hustle Ra, September Ra, Ramesu, Mary Amen. You know what I'm saying? Ramses the second. Back with Baba Kwesi in the KemetNu, KemetNu.com. If you want your African spiritualists to be re-enlightened again, you want to come back and see the greatness of your people, come with Baba Kwesi, Ash Kwesi, and Mary Kwesi. That's what you need to do. We're about to teach right now. Let's chime in.
It tells us that the brothers can have one life. Because his position was to maintain Ma'at, truth, justice, and righteousness. Now when we go inside, let's be silent.
Come on up.
Let's not let your spirit see and feel the space and place as we walk through. The hypostyle hall, when you walk down the hypostyle hall, you'll see the Osirian position of Ursa Ma'at Ra September Ra standing in the Osirian position with his feet together and his Heka and in the Heka, showing he's the ruler of Upper and Lower Egypt, but also showing esoterically the pulling into the positive energies and the fail out the negative energies. All the way in the back is the KMT, or the holies of the holies. To the far left going in is Ptah. At October the 22nd, Ra shines all the way in the back of the KMT, or the holies of holies, but Ra does not shine on Ptah. Why is that?
Ptah spoke, say bring light.
Said, let there be light. Ptah is the one creating the light. Ptah is the one in the Memphite theology, up in Menefer, the first capital, dedicated to the Het Ka Ptah, his spiritual capital, saying let there be light. Then there is Amen, of Waset, representing the invisible spirit. And then Ursa Ma'at Ra Ramesu Mary Amen. And then also Ra Harakde that you see right in the middle of the facade, representing the rising sun itself. Now we will go up closer and see if you can remember his reading and saying his name. Okay?
Grant, you ready? Grant.
Grant gonna do it.
I mean, like, actually, like, try to see it.
The camera don't do it no justice, man. You got to see it with your own two eyes. You hear me? The colossalness, it just don't do it no justice.
That fell forward. She said that probably came from an earthquake. And I didn't know that. That's the video that came off of that.
Look at the Crow Magnum up there. Don't even know what they're looking at.
Oh, yeah. See,
Let's look at the Chinook.
Some of us are just mesmerized, hypnotized.
Oh, there they go. Miss
Young brother named Grant. You want Grant to represent the group?
Yes.
Go, Grant. Okay, we'll let our youth represent the group.
Yes.
I didn't want Grant.
Come on, Grant.
Get it, buddy. Because, you had all that security stuff. I don't know. Did you bring yours? Did you bring your pointer?
Can't see nothing. Got the umbrellas in there. Can't see nothing.
Yeah, I didn't bring mine
All right.
I got you. That's cool. I don't mind. Stuff is something else. Yeah, yes, it is.
Take your time. Take your time. Yeah. May your spirit fly
on the wings of rock.
On the wings of rock.
For eternal life.
For eternal life.
Come back.
Come back.
Pay homage to thee.
Pay homage to thee.
And also.
Wipe away.
All negative things that they've said about thee.
Negative things they said about thee.
And
may we also walk in
the Nesian Su. Trample down all the evil. For our hearts.
To go forward. For eternal life. Amen. Right, yeah. That's what's up, baby.
Let's go.
That's what's up, baby. Amen. Right. Look how they defaced it. All that graffiti on there. Look at that. 1879 graffiti. They carving their names in there. The Europeans carving their names. Very hot, very hot.
Very hot.
Wow.
I just put the phone up there. Thank you.
Hold these hands.
This is good one. I forgot what that is.
Fathom truth, righteousness, and justice. tomb of Ramses II. Jet black.
القرموط الصغير فعلا لف كده يا قرمط ترد بسبب القرموط يبقى شايل الناس يا قرمط القرموط اتفضل
It's KMT.
Goodbye. Have a nice day. You want a picture key of life? Hold the key.
I got the key. You tell me I got the key. I am the key of life. Lake Nazareth, Lake Nubia. Beauty of Ursula Rock, September Rock, Murray Almond Temple, Ramses II. It's a son who in America. Hey, hey. Queen of Qatar. The Cro-Mac. You have fun on Twitter? Snoopy is.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
This
The height. Yeah. You ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. One more. 2, 3. All right. See, look at all this graffiti they carved in.
Yeah, people put their name. Yeah.
Hot ain't even a word. So.
Watch your step.
Step down right there. This is it right here. Set and her roof. There he is right there. That's my hot raw. Some type of raw. It's a raw. Man, we made it. Made it out of the temple. Temple of Nefertari. Second. Ramses II. Beautiful, beautiful structures. Culmination of our pilgrimage back to Kemet with the KemetNu family. Papa Kwesi, Mary Rock Kwesi. KemetNu.com. Go, come back home to Kemet. Come and see African spiritualness right here with your own two eyes. With your own two eyes. Got a plane to catch. Three six. Private jet. KemetNu. Let's go. Oh shit. I'm still filming.
Will you pass it?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, sorry.
Got it.
Okay, Kevin.
KemetNu, get off the bus straight. This is what we do. Coming out the airport, baby. See what's to it. What's going on? I can't see. That's how we come out the Clearport. KemetNu. Coming up out of the temple. Yeah, man. Hey, brother. My man. Woo! Put some floss in your face. Alright, we black yet again. Trying to get greedy at the hotel. Hibiscus?
Hibiscus.
Ah. Thank you, thank you. So right now we are in Aswan, in Egypt. Kemet in Aswan, down in Upper Kemet. You know what I'm saying? So I want to give you a view from the balcony of the hotel. Check it. Beautiful. Right there is the Nile River. See that? In Aswan. The mountains in the backdrop. Beautiful view of the Nile River. Look, they got buses and trams and all type of stuff. This is Africa. Oh no, this is Africa. So all of y'all going to Rome, Italy, Europe, France, and all of that, Dubai, whatever. No, come back to Africa and go to vacation in Africa. You know what I'm saying? They got everything. Look at how beautiful and amazing. The sun is right there. Beautiful. About to go hit the city, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Peace. My Reaper. One. That's the remix. Hey, Macapella. Nubian village right over here. For that water right there. The Nile River. Nubia in Aswan. Ibu, Tanahisi. Nubia. Oh no, we still have one. See if we can do that. Nope. Can't see. What is that down there? Coming through a Nubian village right now. It's your man Marifa Black yet again. Coming through the Nubian village in Aswan, in Nubia Deep. We're gonna see what's to the local, see how they living. Talk with and blend with the people. Yeah, it is. When there's some cement on them building these brick houses. Here they come from the village. Here you go, little mama. Here you go, mama. All right, all right. Tell your sister, come here, come here, come here. You. Hey. Your sister. Maybe later.
اوكي ده بتاعي الراجل ده
The baby's on me. Hey. Man, I can't even walk. I have none. Damn, really on. We're going in. All right. Thank you. Hello, brother. Amenabu. Okay. I'm gonna give you some bread, my brother. Hold on to that.
Okay. Welcome.
Amenabu. Okay. Marifa. Okay.
Talk to you on the boat. Yes, thank you, though. Thank you.
Loving it. Made it to the Nubian village. Love it. It's nothing but love. All right.
In the corner.
All right, sister. All right. Amenabu. Let me see my wife in there.
Okay.
Let me see.
Come on in. Omar. Okay.
Is she in there or the other classroom? See in the other classroom. Yeah. Down here. The Nubian class and learn how to speak.
Here.
Definitely here. I wonder where she done dipped off to, man. Where she done dipped off to? Let me see.
Okay.
Oh, it's kind of funneling now. It's funneling now. I'm sorry. One of the classrooms.
Good try. Medium try.
اثنين ثلاثة واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة أربعة خمسة سبعة تسعة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة سبعة ثمانية تسعة عشرة. Yeah, I teach now in Nubian language. Where? Away. Toske. Where? Away. Toske. Where? Chemist. Dish. Gorage. Chemist. Dish. Gorage. Dish. Color. Edo. Escort. Color. Edo. Escort. Dimming. Where? Away. Toske. Chemist. Dish. Gorage. Color. Edo. Escort. Dimming. Where? Away. Toske. Chemist. Dish. Gorage. Color. Edo. Escort. Dimming. Alphabet now.
I didn't learn the ABCs.
Alif, B, T, S. Jim, Ha, Jim, Ha. Dal, Zal. Re, Zen. Sin, Shin. Sad, Dad. Ta, Za. Can close it. Ain, Ghin. Fe, Qaf, Kaf. Fe, Qaf, Kaf. Lam, Mim, Nun. Lam, Mim, Nun. He. Wow. Yeah.
All right.
Come on. Okay.
L. Ronald. Ron. Not run.
Yeah.
This
Are there
is,
children to get
they call it the love offering right here. The love offering. You gotta pass it around. They know that. They know to pass it around. Yeah.
You gotta let it go.
Yeah, let it pass it around. Yeah, pass it down, pass it down.
You gotta let it go.
Right. Nah, they gonna give it back to you. They gonna give it back to you though. They gonna get it back. Yeah. Tired. Yeah, let it go on through there. It's gonna get through there. It's gonna get through there. Gotta pass in that place. They know what they're doing. Passing that plate. I don't know what's happening right now, but we got something going on over here. We'll find out. African brothers. Hey, see that there. Kids might be too aggressive. Got the beads out on the table. Where the kids at? Ain't letting them in? They can't come
I
in?
just lost her. She was just sitting next to me in the classroom. And then by the time I came out, I lost her. But she's here.
They got a bathroom in here?
I don't know.
Did you go to the bathroom?
I don't know what it's at.
Yeah, it got lost earlier, huh?
She got me in the eyes.
Hello, you like necklace for my baby? I have two baby for school. Hello? I have very color for something for my baby. Yeah? I have very color. I have 5 baby for school. You have this one, $2
How much is it black?
200 pounds.
$3?
Dollar?
$3 US?
$10.
$10 US? How about I just give you $4? $4, $5?
What's the deal with him now?
You like how much?
I did my part.
Black? Oh, no. Black? What is this made of? What is it made of? Oh, no.
Only one?
No. This right here. $3? $3. All right.
Hello, my lady.
Okay. Mohammed. This necklace Nubian.
Oh, that's Nubian?
Have a look.
All of it?
See.
Let me see this.
Okay. This. Okay.
Not that one.
Am I tight?
Not that one.
Necklace.
Let me see.
Necklace. Necklace, Nubian.
How much for the bead, the black one?
Okay.
Black one? This
Okay,
one?
see, okay. See.
How much for the bead?
This?
Yeah. Not that one, not that one.
No?
Not that one.
See?
How much for the black bead? The black bead.
Black bead.
Uh-huh.
Anak ko tahu sunod. Leke aja mau ni.
The black bead right here. This one.
Tunggu sirol. Geleng.
That black. No, black.
Black.
This. Black. No. This. Black. Yeah.
$2 or $3.
Okay.
How much? $2?
$2 ya.
Okay. Oh, $3. All right. Thank you. There you go, man.
Egyptian kind menu. Okay, have a look. Hematite. This is hematite. Hematita. Hematite. It is 200.
200 Egyptian.
Egyptian.
$3. Yeah.
200. Egyptian.
Yeah. $3.
200.
200. But the white folks, they let them come right
They
through.
let them ride on the buggy and everything.
Us though.
No.
Right.
Come back.
La basis. They let the white people come through with no problem.
No money, no.
European. That just turned me off from even buying. I wanted to buy anything. I'm like, man, I just want to get out of here now.
Because if you do, they're going to surround you like flies. No money.
La basis. They got to control this, man. Got to control this better.
They do. They got to do better. They got to do better.
They ain't going to make no money.
No money. No money. No.
La basis.
You can't stop because they'll hound you. And that's sad because they're losing out on a lot of sales.
Moment.
You see how they do? Oh, sorry. No, I don't want that on me.
Can't even get nothing if you try it. Do they have a hairdresser in there at least?
You're going to have to, there's one right there.
Right there? Let me get one real quick.
Okay, no money, no money.
La basis.
Welcome back.
Watch out.
Keep walking, keep moving. Keep moving. Thank you. Big block here, bro. Someone has that seat.
Welcome. We made a beautiful wife to the valley.
If you want to do henna, no henna.
No henna for the baby. I ran into the old lady. I finally caught up with her. Gave her $2.
That's nice. It's okay. They don't know any better, just like our culture doesn't, but it's okay.
But they don't mess with the Europeans. They let them
They don't mess with me either.
Silly.
The body and the soul make a contact when you are coming to us. That we are happy. And wish to Dr. Asha Easy. He makes meeting it to us. Asha Kwizi is I don't know. We have no word to say to the Dr. Kwizi and Miss Kwizi too. They are making happiness to us. You see everybody in our side, the happiness. Thank you for your all gifts and your donations. They are happy and makes happiness to everybody here. Thank you everybody. Thank you.
Man, boy, they fighting over that money. Look at that. They fighting over that money, boy.
I mean, I understand. That's,
Look, he even got Kareem over there. Dude who on the boat thing. He fighting over it too. Look.
yeah.
Dang, boy.
Oh. He trying to get money?
Look like it. Now he passed it out. It's gone. Now they done.
Right.
All the money is gone. They passed all the money out. Ain't no more. Ain't no more. Look, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Got him up out of there.
Right, just like that. They look all sad and sweet, then they be like, peace out.
But look at the white folks going up there at the top. They just walk right by. Nobody mess with them. Nobody talking. They do their thing. Nobody surrounding them. Nothing. Look at that. They can come walk down peacefully to their boat. Look at it. It's crazy. Sad. Now pay attention here, something real interesting to note. Now we got two different distinguished boats, right? One black and one European boat. On the black boat, you see all the vendors selling stuff to our people. Watch this. They got all the merchandise right here on the boat. Go ahead, hold that. All the merchandise right now. Look at that boat over there, full of white Europeans. You ain't gonna see no vendors. Nothing. They not selling anything down. Nothing. They get to be in peace, come and go as they please. Just relax. Nobody's selling nothing to them. Enjoy their time and vacation. But we get all this pressure. See this pressure? All of this pressure is hustle. While they over there just relax. Damn shame. Dollar man. Relentless. About to get these white folks up out of here. Watch this. No dollar man on their boat. Not at all. Like you're trying to get them off. Trying to get them off there right now. Look at that. White European. Let them live. No dollar man on their boat. Not one. Look at that. Not one. All white Europeans. No dollar man on their boat. None. See that? They get to be in peace. The black boat. Look at this one. Pressure. Pressure. Look at that. Hustle. Look at that. Dollar man. Look, he over there on that black boat over there. Hustle. See that? Now we got to spend our money, but they don't spend nothing. They don't spend not one dime. They just come and go. Come and go, do their thing. But we got to spend all our money. Sell us out, all their stuff. Look at this. $1. We done passed the plate. We done bought everything. We done got surrounded, bombarded. Ain't no telling what's happening right now. We're in the middle of the Nile River right now. Stop.
All right. What's up, everyone? To repeat after him. Oh, Ale.
Song in the nation. popping. Keep the party going. Keep the party going. Keep the party going. Attached to the boat. All right. Tithes and offerings right now. Yeah. You get some change out the collection plate. I ain't never seen that. Get some change out of there. You know that's a problem. Yeah, it's a problem. You get some change out of there. Out the collection plate. All right, he done. Hey. Abdul, you got your Galabi on, man? All right, that's what's up.
without you are nothing.